Uh, okay. Hello, hello, hello. Finally back. Hello, Noah. How you going, mate? No longer homeless. Yes, I... Oh, so you've finished moving, have you, Technic? Nice. Where have you been? Welcome back. You know. Sometimes you just got shit happening. But hopefully we should be in a position to get back into doing a lot more stuff lately, or coming soon, I think. We'll see how we go, but yeah, doing pretty well now. Hey, Phobic? Yeah, how have you guys been? Yeah, because I know, like, in the time that I've been away, I've been, like, I haven't really had time to do streams, slash I haven't had, like, the mental space to stream, but then I've still wanted to do hobby stuff, so I've been assembling a bunch of minis, but I haven't painted anything, just because, like, I've wanted to do the painting on stream. Got your first mini painted after 2 months? Oh, nice. Yeah, it's good to get back into it. Picnic's finally out of your life now. How's that project you guys got going, coming along? Because I know that one was sort of in the works last time I streamed. Yeah, let's see if I can... I've slightly changed my camera angle. So I'm trying to like figure out where the best position is going to be for the stream now. If I put this here, yeah. This is the, I finished assembling this 2 days ago. Quite happy with how I came along. Because this, the skaven on the shoulder here, was originally, he's like a warlord that was riding on like a rat hound or whatever it's called. But it's just like the way that he's posed meant that one of his feet hooked really nicely around a spike coming off the shoulder of the Chaos Knight. Yeah, so it's like he's got like some sketchy points of contact where it's his foot wrapped around a spike. Then I've got his toe back over, where is it? Where's the angle? His other toe, oh, can't really see it, but here is like hooked onto the top edge of the trim of the shoulder guard. Let's see if I can get the light a little bit better here. And then it's his gun is the third point of contact. So it was an absolute pain to actually have it glue down while it was still setting. Fell over quite a few times, but I quite like how it turned out. Michelle missed picking on me about buying Titans when I bought an Eldar Revenant and sculpted your custom Nurgle Cerastus. Yeah, I saw the Nurgle Cerastus that you've been working on. Looks so good. Project's pretty much done now. Looks great. Nice. Okay, but yeah, essentially, I don't know how much we're going to get of this done today, because I don't know how long it's going to take. I haven't painted in so long. But I haven't even thought about what the design is going to be. By the way, when I was building this, I spent a lot of time like carving away the patterns on the trim, like carving away the trims, because I felt like the Imperial style trims didn't really suit Skaven. So it was like trying to awkwardly carve them away without damaging the surface of the armor panels. And so I did that for the 2 thigh guards and then both of the shoulders, because the shoulders also had a divide that ran pretty much the whole length there. And then also I went and pillaged or pilfered, either or. I went and pillaged some shields from some clan rats for the knee guards. Just trying to figure out what my where I should put my light for this new camera angle. I think probably about here would be good. And then I didn't get the focus right. Probably about there will work. Yeah, we'll say there. That seems to be pretty good. Oh, actually, a bit further down. About there's good. Okay, yeah, so I'm thinking since this is Skaven, we probably don't need to worry too much about being messy. So I'm gonna overbrush brown for our base coat. Just get it nice and dark. Where are we? Let's bring this one over to here. Okay, I reckon that'll be good. Okay. Did you post the armor plates you sculpted? Can't remember. I don't know if I've seen the armor plates. I've seen the torso and the legs, and I've seen the sword. I don't think I've seen the armor plates. Oh wow, I'm running low on Rhinox hide. Should have enough to at least tide us over for one mini, I hope. Oh, and I've got a second one. Okay, we're safe. Okay, I think I will save this pot for manually brushing stuff because I'm gonna need to scoop it out. So let's open the new one. The prodigal son has returned. Hello, Gavin. Okay, let's just get a bit of this brown out on the texture palette. That should be good just to get us started. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot to set this to live chat, so I think some things are missing. Okay, all I missed was Ben calling me a horned rat. So, what's good in the world? I was about to say not a whole lot, but then I realized that answering a what's good question with not a whole lot isn't really the most inspiring the way to respond. Not a whole lot's going on. Yeah, I was in a pretty rough spot for a while, so in a way, for a while, not a whole lot was good in the world, but hey, doing better now, I think. I'm in like a transitionary period at the moment and sort of working through some shit, but I reckon that hopefully we'll be going better soon. I have in what spare time I've had, while I've been like assembling minis, I've been listening to 40k audiobooks. I've realized it's actually a really nice way for me to actually consume the lore without just because like I want to read, but I just don't feel like I have the time to read, because the only time I read is like when it's really late night before bed, and then I'm like giving up sleeping hours to read the books. But listening to the audiobooks while I assemble minis and stuff is actually a really nice substitute. And so far I have finished the Farsight trilogy. I've finished the Shadow Sun book. I've finished Valador, the Craftworld Yanden book, and I am about halfway through The Infinite and the Divine. Yeah, that feeling hopefully can go on an upward trajectory for me. Yeah, I mean, have to wait and see. There's no telling with these things, you know? Just gotta take it as it comes. Warpstone Plasma, yes, absolutely. That's, one thing I did while I was assembling this mini, actually, was, I carved off all of the human skull iconography, because why the fuck would Skaven have human skull iconography? Like, I'm fine with them having human skulls, but why would they have human skull icons? And so one of the things I did was on the back here, where it was like an engine with a skull symbol on the back, I sort of carved it and like chopped it up to make it look like a crudely carved gemstone, and so I'm going to make that a big lump of warpstone in the back there. And you listen to books about as fast as you read them. Well, I mean, I'm literally listening to the books as fast as another person can read them, so that would make sense. No, yeah, but I've really enjoyed the audiobook experience. I would say out of the ones that I've listened to so far, I haven't finished Infinite and Divine yet, so I won't pass it any judgment yet. So far, it's been really good. The first half of the Infinite and Divine, honestly, was a bit of a slow burn. I wasn't super into it. But about halfway through, it just became so fucking top tier. Really enjoying it. But I would say that out of the other books that I've listened to, I would say that the second Farsight book was really, really good. And then Valador was fucking phenomenal. Holy shit, I loved that book. So if you... I'm saying this as though you guys aren't more, like, into the lore and stuff than I am, which I imagine a lot of you guys already are. But if you want a good Eldar book, Valador is so good. Yeah, because I found Valador just, like, because I was looking for an Eldar book, and everyone was saying, this is the good Eldar book. There's not many, this is the good one. And it just so happened that it was also Craftworld Yanden, which I was pleasantly surprised by when I started listening to it. Be more specific to say my volume of consumption in a relatively short amount of time? Right. Yeah, I mean, it's just so easy. Like, I finish one book, and then I'm like... I think the main thing especially was because the Farsight trilogy, since it was a trilogy of books, I finish one, and then it's just like, okay, I'm getting the next one. Let's go. They just fade into each other. Heard some very good things about Elemental Council. I'm keen on doing Elemental Council next. I'm a little on the fence, just because I'm not sure if it's written by the same person who wrote the Farsight trilogy and Shadowsun, because Farsight books 1 and 2 were really good, and book 3 was good as well, but like, I could just feel the plot armor coming through, and it was just like, I think because I came from my first book being about Craftworld Eandon, I was really like, I was conditioned to expect tragedy around every turn because the Eldar are cursed to never have a good time. And then the Farsight books were like throwing hands with gods, basically. Not literally, well, almost literally in some cases. But like they didn't really like, they made it out like it was high stakes, but there weren't really any stakes for the characters. And then it was especially noticeable in the Shadowsun book, where it was like, the story was good, but I just didn't feel like the characters were ever actually threatened. And when they introduced characters, I instantly knew that they were being introduced so that they could be fodder, or so that they could die. It was like there was a very clear distinction between named characters and like, or plot relevant characters and ones who exist to die in order to further the plot. Whereas, like, I think that was very much not a there wasn't really that issue in the in Valador. But also, yeah, Valador being an Eldar book, it's like the whole book has this shroud of like, everyone is doomed. Like, the second a character is introduced, you're like, fuck, man, I know exactly what is going to happen. Project's uploaded to Discord. Oh, hang on one sec. I am interested in seeing how the project has come along. I assume it's in the art channel there. Oh, wow. Nice. I like the cavity underneath, so you can actually, yeah, that's cool. And I like the drawers at the end. Very cool. How big is that? Is that like 3 foot by 6 foot or so? 3 by 6, 3 by 7? Probably not 3 by 7, probably 3 by 6 or so. Maybe 3 by 6.5. It's like a good bit of space to work with, though. Speaking of assembling miniatures, you have the Eldar Avatar, Angron, Slaughterbound, Box of 8 Bound, Box of Berserkers, another Eldar Revenant, Titan, and Wraith Knight ordered. Jesus! I don't know how you can do this, Silver. I don't know how you manage it. Absolute machine. It's 4 by 6.5, you think? Oh, okay, pretty wide then. Nice. Give you plenty of space to have your, like, food and drinks on the table without it interfering with the board. Also in the past few days, I say past few days, yesterday specifically, I was thinking, I was like, okay, I want to do more for, like, I want to do more of my YouTube stuff, but I don't have a Twitter account, and I've never been, like, I've never had a Twitter account. I've always been, like, since I'm a gamer, so basically, since school, I've always been, like, off the grid. I've never really had any social media accounts because I've just been like, I was on Skype and then TeamSpeak and then Discord, and that's all I needed to talk to my friends. And so now I'm like, maybe I should get a Twitter just to like see if I can use that for the channel and stuff. And I don't understand how, like, well, first of all, I've never had a Twitter account. And so after making the account, I spent like 40 minutes just scrolling, trying to get an algorithm that works for me. And holy shit, Twitter sucks. And also I was astonished by just how much misinformation is right there. Like, you just get fed so much bullshit instantly. It was like, what is going on? Although, I also did immediately encounter the painter who is Twisted Nerves', it's his tutor. And that guy does so much really cool painting. Very cool to see. I can see why Twisted is as good as he is if he's learning from that guy. I'm trying to find where the focus is here. I'm like getting lost. I think it's about here. Pretty sure this is where I set it. Recently gone into Magic Gathering and realized you're not allowed to gamble. Posted stuff into minis. 1 sec. Oh yeah, that's another thing that's happened recently is because I've been historically for my like real life friends, I've been like when we played Dungeons and Dragons, I was always the DM, but I sort of had like around the time where everyone was falling out of love with Dungeons and Dragons for many reasons, I was sort of among that crowd. And then my Lord and Savior, Matt Colville, launched the Kickstarter for his own TTRPG that he's working on, called Draw Steel. And so that has had its full release recently. And so I've been reading through the stuff on it, and I'm quite keen on it. And then also at the same time, one of my friends is really into Brandon Sanderson, and the Stormlight TTRPG has also come out. And so with our gaming group, right now we're looking at playing the Stormlight one, and I'm also eyeballing the rules for the Matt Colville RPG as well, so that we can potentially give that a try at some point as well. So a lot of fun stuff that we've been waiting a while for that's sort of coming to fruition. But yeah, I'll just finish overbrushing this leg, and then I'll check out the stuff in the Discord. Also, as an aside, I noticed that because I saw the emergency patch they did for 40k tabletop for doing the points cost nerfs to Knights and Death Guard, and I think, look, I like it's fine. I understand that Knights were broken as hell for the whole time that I've been playing, but I'm a little nervous that they're going to get the points nerf, and then when the data sheet or the data slate comes out, / when Knights get their codex release, they're going to get nerfed again, and it's just going to be very sad. But at the moment, I know that I've seen the Chaos Knights nerf, and it's mainly focused on big Knights, although there's been 10-point increase to the Carnivores because they went from 140 to 150. But my Chaos Knights are going to be War Dog spam anyway, because I've got the Handpack Lance, which gives 7 War Dogs, and they seem mostly untouched, and they've already gotten their what's it called? Bloody goddamn codex. So I'm thinking maybe at least for the time being, I shift my attention over to my Chaos Knights, get my batch of Skaven Chaos Knights painted up, and give them a try. It'll be a nice change of pace. And also focus on getting my Tau done, because I've gone and I've assembled a bunch of my Tau battlesuits so that they're also ready to paint. And so I'll work on them as well at some point. But yeah, I'm thinking we'll be going into a painting frenzy in the next couple of weeks. Funny how the Knight's Codex used Mysterious Guardian. What, by turning it into a teleport? Like, to go to strategic reserves and you have Deep Strike? Do we know if Mysterious Guardian is going to persist into the new Codex? Because wasn't the Knight's Codex meant to come out like 2 months ago or something? Like a month or two ago, but it's just continually been delayed? Like, it was forecast to come out before Templars and Grey Knights, and it's still on the back burner. And we've managed to get the Votan full release before then. And through all this, for all this waiting, what we are going to get is one new weapon layout for the Questoris. Talking about how it's supposed to come out with Chaos Knights, but oh right, yeah, I see what you mean. How it used Mysterious. Yeah, Sarah, I'm with you. Yeah, it's in strategic reserves somewhere. But yeah, it's just so sad. Like, I don't know why am I a Knights fan when they're so cool and yet they don't get shit for releases. Like, they're so fucking cool, but all they're good for is being hated on the tabletop because they're just way too cheap and way too tough for their own good. They don't expect me to remember the conversation you mentioned before. The local non-GW store you go to recently had their annual tent sale and got the Skaven box for half price. Huge! Oh, nice. Yeah, all the Skaven, like, because I've got the Skaven box, all the Skaven models are so good. Why are the Age of Sigmar models so good compared to the 40k ones? Just the sculpts are incredible. Like, you compare the average clan rat to the average 40k infantry unit, and it's beautiful. It's not even close. And all the clan rats are push fit. Which is good for some things, not so much for other things. Like, the sad thing about push fit is it means you have less options for posing, and also makes kit bashing a little bit more annoying because they're like each rat is split into 3 pieces, and it's not in nice positions. It's not like head, torso, legs. It's like head and left arm, torso and half of right leg, and then the rest of it. So it's kind of hard to kit bash them into things you want to do, or it's just awkward. But it's just so easy, and the quality of the sculpts is so good. Okay, I reckon I'm just about good for the base layer for the legs. We'll just finish all the bits that are easily accessible. You're checking to see? It's not trying to be pushy, just can't remember. No, I haven't checked them yet. I'll have a look as soon as I finish the legs here. Yeah, I'll have a quick scroll through all the stuff you guys have posted, and then I'll head on to doing the top half. Only thing you find more interesting right now is probably the Cathay stuff. I love the Cathay army. Oh, mate, the terracotta giants, or whatever they're called, they're so fucking cool. I love them. Like, oh, they're just so cool. Crazy that they didn't have an official tabletop army until now. Also, sucks that like 90% of the cool factions from Warhammer Fantasy didn't make it to Age of Sigmar. At least the Skaven made it through. My boys, they survived, that's all that matters. My boys, the Skaven and the Lizardmen, although the Lizardmen didn't survive in quite the same form as what they were beforehand, they made it. Cathay and Sentinels, aka the worst bit kit to ever build. What's wrong with them? What's so bad about building them? Okay, let's check out what we've got in Discord. Okay, so just in the menus chat at the moment. Cool. Oh, okay, so those... Okay, yeah, the armor plates there, they look disgusting, Silver. Nice work. Those pustules are really not giving me good vibes, so I think you've done well with those. Oh, I didn't even see the ones with the pinholes poked in them. That's nasty. And so what are those guys that you've got there, Technic? The, like the spiky skull and the flaming maw, are they... What are they from? Are they magic things? Is that what you're referring to? Because I thought Magic was specifically a card game, right? One of the feet of the Sentinel is like 20 pieces. Ah, I see. I see. Oh, I see. Oh. The Age of Sigmar spells. Oh, okay. No, yeah, that, okay, I'm looking, yeah, I see what you posted in general with the Sentinel's leg. What the fuck is that? That is worse than Knights. Ugh. Why? That was one thing I was pleasantly surprised by, was the fact that the Avatar of Kane's model was unbelievably simple to build. Like, what? I was astonished. I've been traumatized by assembling Imperial Knights and stuff, and like Tau, the Tau aren't as bad, the Tau battlesuits aren't as bad, but Imperial Knights are just, they're a slog to build because it's all these individual bits, like with the, like on the back here, on the underside, where you've got the like multiple bits, so that support there holding the leg to the like on the other side, just there, that support is 2 parts there, and then there's another one over there, and then there's all the little bits that hang down and all that. Like, I was traumatized by a long time, like the long time investment into building Imperial Knights and stuff. But then the Avatar of Kane, the whole dude was just 2 small sheets, and I was like, what? And they're all big parts in the sheets too. Really tempted to do a 1k Exorcist's army. Yeah, I think the Exorcists are, they're cool. I don't really have a whole lot of buy-in to Space Marines in general, thankfully. I think that for me, the main reason for me to do a Space Marine army would be because I've got the Dark Angels that I started, but like the Infernus Marines, but I don't think I'm gonna, if I do a wider Space Marine force, I don't think I'm gonna do Dark Angels. I probably want to do either like Blood Ravens, or if I end up listening to the audiobooks for the Kokaridons, and I like them a lot, then I might do Kokaridons. But like, yeah, Blood Ravens are my boys at heart. Also, Dawn of War 4 announcement. I don't want to get excited for it. But at the same time, I saw an interview with the lead devs, and they are indie devs. They're not from GW, they're not like Relic OGs, they're indie devs that worked on Iron Harvest, a different RTS that's come out in the past several years. And at least from the interview, they seemed really clued into what people want from Dawn of War. So, like, on one hand, I don't want to get my hopes up, but on the other hand, the devs at least seem to be aware. Recently learned that Matt Ward has made some of the most important lore in 40k. Right, okay, what in particular is this lore that we're referring to? War in Heaven? Matt Ward wrote the War in Heaven? I mean, that is... I think that somehow that is a Matt Ward W. I don't know how he managed it. I don't know how he managed to write something good that has to do with like non-Space Marine factions. But, oh, okay, to be fair, the War in Heaven isn't explicitly written though, is it? It's like, even in the lore, it's just that, it's lore. There are no stories in the War in Heaven. It's just, did he just like write the foundations of it, and then other writers are the ones who built on the specifics of it? Because Matt Ward did not write, I don't know if the War in Heaven gets a lot of detailing outside of things like the Infinite and Divine, because I feel like the Infinite and the Divine gives very specific nods to events, but nothing is ever actually outright mentioned or outright narrated about the War in Heaven, right? It's like mentioned by the Necrons through like their foggy memories of it. And the Eldar mention it in passing, I think. He was the lead writer of the 3rd edition Necrons Codex, and there was the big one that made the Necrons not just Robo Boys. I think it might have been 4th or 5th, because I'm pretty sure Dawn of War 1 was either 4th or 5th edition, and that was back when the Necrons were just murder robots. So I think it might have been. I think it must have been a bit later than 3rd edition. But also, yeah, Matt Ward, I think that when he's writing Codex stuff, that's fine. I think his narratives, like when he writes narratives, that's when it gets egregious. That's when we start seeing the real criminal offenses. Okay, just about run out of the Rhinox hide that I measured out on my texture palette, so I'll need to get a bit more of that in a second. Yeah, one of the things that I wanted to try out with this with my Skaven Knights idea was I wanted to sort of cut the I wanted to have like the fucking hatch open and a Skaven bursting out, but the issue is that on the armigers and the war dogs, the hatch is fully sealed, unlike with the bigger knights where they you can have it open or closed, and especially with the war dogs, they've got like the chains and stuff. So I was looking at stealing the top half of a regular armiger because it's not chained shut then at least, but it's completely sealed, so I'd need to actually cut through this and then manually lift it up, and I was scared that I was just going to absolutely butcher it. And also then I'd need to put a false bottom inside that to make it so that you can't just, it doesn't just look like a big cavity in there, so it looks like there's a cockpit, and it just wasn't worth it for me. I'm like, okay, fuck it. I'll just save the Skaven coming out of the hatch for the big Chaos Knights when I get to them, if I get to them. We can just have them riding piggyback on the on the war dogs. It's more fitting that way anyway. I originally wanted to have this guy on the melee arm, so he's like, it's like he's wanting to get stuck in there and like jump and board from the when it swings the melee arm, have him like jump across. But just the way the elbow on the melee arm worked, it kept hitting his coattails and sort of knocking him around, so I had to swap it. Getting another cat next week. Oh, nice. Is it going to be a kitten, or are you adopting one, or what's the plan? Kitten, his name will be Horace. Your current cat is Henri. I see. Careful, you didn't choose Horace, your mum did, but you won't complain because it's funny. Hey, look, I was about to say, careful choice of the spelling so that he's not a treacherous little bastard. Vivek always spells out Horus because he's currently reading through the Heresy. I am glad that I am a Xenos fan and not a Space Marines guy, because I don't want to read the Heresy. Like, there's the infamous Yogscast clip of the chronology of the Horus Heresy. And that is enough for me to feel justified in my, not hatred, but my my aversion to Space Marine stuff. Like, I think that as a Xenos fan, it makes me appreciate Space Marines a bit more, because when the Tau encounter Space Marines, it's fucked. Like, they're like, it shows how, like, what the Space Marines are like, and it's like, okay, yeah, like, I think the Space Marines are good for putting the other races into perspective, but I don't want to just, like, have Space Marines be my life. It's a cat. It's a treacherous little bastard by default. I'm aware. I'm aware. But I feel like if you were to name, like, if you're naming the cat, if you name a cat after the traitor Primarch himself, I feel like you're setting it up for something. Like, something big is going to happen with that thing. Just be acknowledging its primary nature. I mean, that's 90% of cat ownership is ignorance. It's... Look, he won't eat me. Look, he's just a little guy. Meanwhile, cat only not eating you because it's not big enough to. Glad you recognize the evil nature of cats. This is no secret here. I am an avowed dog guy. I know that being a cat guy and a dog guy are not mutually exclusive, but they are. People who say they like both cats and dogs, generally, I would say, generally they do not like big dogs, or they do not have big dogs. It's like a Pomeranian. Or a Maltese. And it's probably named Snowy. That's why you regularly remind your cat that you have thumbs. You show him who's in charge. Cat gives you a weird look.
Hey, I will fuck you up.
Make a closed fist. You like both and you've earned the rainbow? You are a rare breed, I will say. From Great Danes to hamsters. Okay, I see. Yeah, no, the my range of pet ownership has been like mice, guinea pigs, and dogs. That's it. And the dogs have just been two staffies, not simultaneously. Technically horses, but those were your mums. Horses are fucked up. I would just like to say, I feel like I'm chill with animals. Horses, when I encounter a horse in person, they make me deeply uncomfortable. Like, those things are fucking terrifying. I'm sorry. Genuine nightmare animal. You don't know what's going on behind those eyes. Actually horrifying. Part of you wants a lizard, but it's just a small part of you. I mean, lizards can be really cool. Staffies are gorgeous. They are. They're lovely dogs. You allergic to horses? Also, hi, you're here. Yeah, hey, Rebellion. Horse allergy is a new one. I was not expecting that to be, like, horses to specifically carry allergens that, like, other animals wouldn't. Like, I know cat allergies are a big one, but that's generally not because of the cat. That's generally because if it's if the cat is allowed to go outside, they just go and they climb all over everything and they pick up literally every allergen under the sun. And so often when people are allergic to cats, they're not really allergic to cat fur, they're allergic to all of the shit that's attached to it. It's pretty much the oil on their hair, well, on their fur. I see, I see. Cat dander is a big one. What is dander? I feel like I feel like you made that word up. Dead skin cells? I see. Found this out when you finally went horseback riding for the first time up a mountain. Safe to say it was not fun time for 6-year-old you. Yeah, I can imagine. That would be quite fucked. I feel like the closest experience I think I've had to something like that as a kid would be one time. Okay, it's not even allergies though, but I feel like it's probably a similar-ish experience. Where one time my family went tubing with another family, or like another family that we're friends with. So like, because this family they owned a small boat, like a dinghy, and so we went to the beach, and or it was either the beach or a big lake, I don't remember, and like we hooked up some rubber tubes to them like with a rope, and then just went tubing on the water. And that day I got very dehydrated and also got a rash from the tube, and was very unwell. And then my family thought that I had meningococcal, and I just like remember being very, very ill, and I just kind of like I remember teleporting from the fucking from the place where we were tubing to the hospital, and the hospital was too small to validate whether it was meningococcal or not, and so then I just like remember teleporting from room to room and getting transferred between hospitals, and it was quite fucked. And is a protein in the skin cells, saliva and urine causes allergic reaction. I see. I see. Just engineered to fuck you up. It's like toxoplasma. They have it just because just because. Heard you wanted dementia when you get older. Well, do I have the thing for you? What? Meningococcal. It's a really it's a fucked. I think it's a fungus. It's fatal in a lot of, like, if kids get it, it's often fatal. Wait, is it a fungal infection? I think it is. One sec. I need to find out. Yeah, okay, it's spelt like, yeah, serious bacterial infection. It's spelt meningococcal. What is the distribution of it? I'm actually curious now. Oh my god, I just opened the Wikipedia and that is a not nice photo of a baby. Okay, that's a survivor of it. Global incidents. Okay, so it's not specifically an Australia thing. It's a global thing. Yeah, it's a form of meningitis. But yeah, fucked up and yeah, very, very bad, very not good. I didn't have it, thankfully. you figured, but the way I said it made you suspect. Look, I feel like I said it in a way that could not be misconstrued. And if you heard anything different, then that's on you. Survived being born at 0.85 kilos. You're the meme of the nuclear bomb versus coughing baby. That is a holy shit. 0.85 kilos? Were you born like 3 months early? Almost on the dot. Kate, just tiny little guy. You were almost born with your umbilical cord wrapped around your neck. Had to perform an emergency C-section. Oh, my sister was born with the umbilical cord wrapped around her neck. Apparently, she came out blue, or I believe that actually they said she came out black and not breathing. And it was, yeah, apparently very fucked. Probably explains. I'm not gonna finish that. I know she watches my streams sometimes. I said nothing. Finish that sentence. What were we talking about? Sorry, I feel like I've forgotten the events of like the past 5 minutes. I feel like we were talking about like, I think we were talking about how Technic's cat is named Horace, right? That was what we were that was the topic, wasn't it? Or that pretty sure that's what it was. Might as well finish it because if she's listening, I'm gonna get confronted with it later. Or we could move on and risk, and then if she joins, she won't notice. She'll only know if she was watching at the time, or if she goes back, which she won't. We're safe, probably. Is this tiny little gremlin standing at an imposing 4'8"? Don't make jokes about it when she's around because she knows where the knives are. I see. Yeah, my sister isn't quite that short. She's a solid 5'4", so still small, but not quite midget tier. You don't mess with short. They're closer to hell and know how to make your life way worse. Man, Rebellion, I feel like you have had wild experiences with a lot of people. Did this happen to also be a Hello Kitty girl? Did you manage to hit all of the dangerous traits in one person? You plead the fifth on that one. So how do you know? How do you know which which trait it was that caused her to be that way? Maybe it's just because she was small. Maybe it's just the midget talking, and that maybe Hello Kitty is a fine trait. You don't know. Maybe the Hello Kitty isn't as much of a red flag. Maybe it's just little people. Okay, where can I hold this where I'm not gonna mess up the paint now? Maybe we grab it by... maybe we just hold it here. This isn't the most sturdy. This is not going well. Okay, I think I just hold it here. We just bite the bullet on this. It's just a base layer anyway. It doesn't need to be perfect. We just want to make sure we get coverage on the on all the sections. Keep laughing till you meet a girl that's 5'0" with Hello Kitty tattooed on her chest. Ooh. On her chest seems like a red flag. Yeah, Rebellion. I don't know if this is your personal experience or not, but I feel I feel like if you ignored that and still went ahead, that is on you. Like, I'm sorry, man. If that is your personal experience. Like, that was a risk you took. Someone who's had a Hello Kitty girl as a stalker, they're insane. Man. Okay, I think for our base coat, that should be fine. I think we got it all there. At least for our basic brown coverage on it. Ugh. So, truth be told, I have not in the slightest considered what, or not considered, but figured out what the goal for this paint job is going to be. Because I know we want to have warpstone. I know that we want to have... I want to do some things as timber texture, but I don't know how I'm going to go about it. And I don't know which parts I want to be wooden. So... Fun experience overall, though. That's wild. I think this is class 2 fun, right? This is like fun in retrospect. Okay, so as far as skaven stuff goes, I think that we want the fabrics to be red. We'll probably get some symbols of Clan Moors going, because this guy looks like a storm vermin riding on the shoulder there. And since this is a relatively melee spec'd armature, we would expect Clan Moors to be the ones that are trying to get stuck in. And then for our more ranged ones, we'll have like Clan Scryer there. But as far as the armor goes, I don't know how much I want to be metal, and how much I want to be just like timber. Because I feel like having it made like largely of timber would be really cool, but also a lot of these forms don't really work for timber. Like maybe we could do like the hatch is made of wood. Maybe we could do like I don't know if we could do like the panels made of wood or not. Is that a beak face on the knight? Yeah, it's one of the because it's one of the Chaos Knight head variants, and it was the most rodent-like of the options because there was this one and there was a dog one, and I feel like the with the overbite at least it's more like a rodent. Because the dog one had more of an underbite, which didn't really fit. Okay, what did I do for my rat ogres? I think this is a good point of comparison. Because for them, I just did... So that I think that's just either lead belcher or bright aluminium with Agrax Earthshade on it. But this worked really well because there were lots of divots and that sort of thing that really broke it up and made it like really patchy and shit. But we don't really have that on these. Maybe we sponge. I think sponging could be the way to go. So if we want to build up a good finish with the sponging... Do we sponge lead belcher on and then... Oh, I don't know. I don't know how we're going to get a nice finish going here because I don't know what... Maybe okay, I need to get a reference. I need to get a reference for a skaven vehicle. Doom wheel. I'm just going to have this on my right-hand monitor. Yep. I'm not sure. Hang on, one sec. I'll be right back. Just need to quickly go and check the door. Okay, I'm back. Never mind. We're all clear. Awesome. So, as far as this goes, I think we're gonna... Let's sponge on some lead belcher. And then I think what we might do is try to get some bluish tones in there. I'm just not sure how I'm going to do the iconography. I think we sponge a coat of lead belcher over most of it. And then we sponge our different color tones onto that. And then we freehand our icons onto it. And then we sponge brown over the top of the icons. I think that would be a way to go. And then maybe sponge some lead belcher over... Okay, yeah, I think what we'll do is we sponge apply lead belcher to everything, and then sponge apply other color tones in there, and then we draw our icons, and then we sponge a little bit more lead belcher over the top and a little bit of brown over that to make it look all broken up. Although, I may not have enough lead belcher for this. I am Ow, my elbow. I am incredibly low on lead belcher from the looks of it. So we can at least get started, and then I might need to just do half of the model today. And then get the rest, or do the rest once I get more lead belcher. But we can at least get started. Let's just wipe the excess off onto our sponge so that we're not wasting anything. Cool. Let's see how this goes. A bit too thick there. I'm gonna go for a relatively thick coat of this, I reckon. But we want to make sure there's still some of the brown peeking through. Can't remember if we talked about this, but am I a Lego nerd? Nah, I've never really been a Lego guy. I feel like as a kid, like all of my Lego friends were always like the slightly wealthier families. That's like the vibe I got. It was like the friends who lived in gated communities and stuff. Or who had Foxtel and that sort of thing. That was like, those were the those were the Lego kids. The ones who had like a projector in their TV room. Have I seen the DSPIA wash-free airbrush? I have not. No. What do you mean by wash-free airbrush? As in, you don't need to clean it as much? You only ask because there's some amazing stuff people come up with. Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, like, I feel like Lego is one of those things that people just way over-engineer. I don't know how, but people put so much work into that shit. Don't need to clean it at all. I am somewhat skeptical about that. I'd have to look into it. But, I mean, I've already got an airbrush anyway, so I don't really feel the need to invest in another one. Basically, it's a siphon-fed system that pulls the liquid to a fine point right at the airbrush nozzle and sprays it out. Airspray will be a pain, it doesn't bother you? Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any issue with washing my airbrush. It's not that painful. I've got it down to a routine anyway. I just, once I'm finished, just clear the nozzle, then just take it apart and rinse it out. Put a tiny bit of alcohol in it just to dissolve anything that's there. Warm water. It's not that bad. It's like $20 in the US. Right. Yeah, I'll have a look at it. I am somewhat skeptical about it from the sounds of it, though. I feel like normally when something is too good to be true, usually it is. But yeah, I'll have a look at it anyway. Intrigued by the handheld airbrushes that don't need a separate compressor to function. I have seen them before. I don't remember who made the video, but I remember watching a video where someone compared all these different kinds of airbrushes, and one of the ones they used was that handheld one. And his like opinion, or like the verdict was that it works fine, but it has a lot of splatter. For like one of those cheaper like handheld ones. But like if you're not too fussed about getting lots of like splatter and that sort of thing, if you're not too worried about getting super smooth finish, then I imagine that it'll be fine. I feel like that's like the main appeal of the airbrush, is being able to get a super smooth finish. Okay, I think what I'm going to do for this, now that I'm looking at this, is I'm going to have these bits here be like warpstone injectors. So I'm going to have like lots of like warpstone running up and down like through these fucking these tubes and stuff. I understand that it's like a hydraulic piston normally, but I'm going to have it be like a tube. You let everyone know how it works once it arrives. With the DSPIE, you can have an attachment to use colored markers and spray those onto the models. It'll dry them out quickly, but it's interesting. Yeah, it's a weird feature, but could be cool. Also finally upgrading your big filament printer, going Core X, Y, and direct drive with it. I've been like considering getting a filament printer for like printing terrain for a little bit, but I'm just like, I'm not sure if it's going to be worth it or not. Like, I haven't even looked at like options yet, but our filament, like a larger, not huge, because it just needs to be built like big enough to print like pieces of 40k terrain and that sort of thing. But like, are they generally super expensive? Like, how precise do you like, or like, what's the sort of price point that you would be looking at to get a filament printer that can do large things at a decent level of accuracy? Like, I'm not looking for resin printer levels of accuracy, but you know, like something that can print terrain and it looks nice without very clearly being 3D printed. Like very obviously having like the rings of the where it's built up. I imagine there'd probably need to be a bit of sanding involved. I'd be heading out for the evening. Take care. Right, I'll catch you later, Gavin. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Ooh, I think what I can do actually is I can... Oh, yeah, okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to sponge on the colors of Clan Moors onto the armor panels, and then just leave the sponged metallic for the the chassis and that sort of thing. And then I can do like verdigris and stuff on the chassis, and then have like the faded paint job on the panels. No matter what, you'll have layer lines. Some deal with them better than others. Oh, for sure, yeah, yeah. I imagine that, like, I would need to put effort into, like, yeah, into sanding them down or filling them to get them looking really nice. There's bamboo printers with multicolor that deal with layer lines well, but they're over grand in the States. Ooh, geez, yeah, I don't know if I want to invest that much in printing out some tabletop terrain. Filament printers are both Creality printers, an Ender 5 Plus and a CR30, both around $500. Yeah, I reckon I'll look into them a little bit. Because yeah, I don't need to go for anything like a color printer, because I can always just airbrush things myself. The main thing for me would just be something that is good enough that it does that, like, things don't just look like they're made of spaghetti. Bad CR30's almost a grad now. I see. Normally those prices are meant to go down over time, not up. But we live in a society. A bit of sanding and gap filling spray. Gap filling spray primer works wonders. Yeah, that'll probably be what I would need to do. It's the continuous print one, basically infinite Z-axis. Oh, one of the ones that has like a conveyor belt. Yeah, I've seen those ones. They're cool. And in the past, when I'd seen them, I'd thought they were quite gimmicky. But now that I'm thinking about like the size of things that I would want to print, I feel like having one of the axes be infinite would be incredibly helpful for like really long pieces of terrain or really tall pieces of terrain. Good for swords or giant terrain pieces. Yeah, yeah. Like, because I'd seen it used for swords specifically. That was like the thing I saw, and I was like, I mean, that seems a bit memey. But then I was like, oh, hang on. Actually, you can do so much more than just like swords with it. It just seems like the swords were, or it just seemed to me like it was purpose made to print swords. Okay, I reckon for our metallic coat, that's pretty good for the legs. Let's move on to the torso. Oh, how you been? Yeah, not too bad. How are you, Chicken Nugget? fine. Been stuck in college for 2 weeks now. Oof. I know the feeling. It's, yep. Purgatory. Your roommate wants a girlfriend so badly, started doing performative male crap, such as listening to Arctic Monkeys. Feels so much secondhand embarrassment. Oh man, yikes. Ugh. That is quite awkward. Yeah, thankfully I have never had to, I've never had a roommate. Like when I was dorming while I was in Japan, thankfully they were single person, like apartment flats essentially. So I didn't have to share with anyone. I feel like it'd be so easy to get on on each other's nerves. I couldn't do it. I need my privacy. Yeah. Your roommate is your mother? Is that your roommate or your housemate, though? Oop, just dropped my, my sponge. I'm gonna try refer to housemates as roommates. Right. Okay. I don't know how I feel about the language barrier being pulled out when we're talking about we're still speaking English. Because when I hear roommate, I'm imagining like college dorm, like it's like either you're literally sleeping in the same room, or it's an incredibly small share house and your rooms are right next to each other. Like that's the vibe I get from like roommate, is very confined space. Two housemates, one's pretty cool, the other needs to shower way more than he does currently. Oof. Yikes. I don't understand people who don't shower. Like, it's not a like, it goes beyond like a matter of cleanliness. It's just like, is showering not an enjoyable experience for some people? Like, it's just nice having a shower. I don't know how people can go without it. Also, I would like the idea of going to bed without having showered that day is the most horrifying thought to me. It just feels gross. Just like thinking about it. Like I can't think of the last time I went to bed without having a shower. The only time you do it is when you can't. Yeah. Like, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to blame you for not showering if you can't shower at the time. But yeah, I feel like a nice hot shower is like a remedy for 90% of the ailments in the world. Like it just, either it will wash your exhaustion away and then it's just like, I can sleep well now. Or it's like, if you're really wired and then you have a hot shower, it's like, it hits you with the exhaustion and it's like, I can sleep well now. Okay, I think I'm just about need to get some more lead belcher because my stuff on the texture palette has pretty much run out. Okay, that should be plenty. Also just realized that I accidentally let paint dry on my brush, which I never do. Hopefully it's salvageable. Oh, I accidentally just snapped the back off my brush. Whoops. Okay, yeah, looks like we got the worst out of it. Should be right. Back, had to go and get your daily rewards in Warhammer 40k Tacticus. Not sponsored, by the way. Had to go and get my daily rewards in the hit mobile strategy game, Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus. I just need to... I think my my sponge is starting to dry up on that corner, which I'm using to sponge things. So I just need to wet the end and then just see if I can wipe out all of the drying stuff. Oh, you can see it like all disintegrating now. Yeah, there we are. Just gonna clean my hands so that I don't accidentally smear anything on the model. Cool. Okay, now since this is wet, I need to be a bit more gentle with the sponging, just because otherwise it's gonna absolutely blob on there. It's a bit awkward getting in here underneath where the rat is as well, because I don't want to get too much metallic on him. Going to start a new trend, finger painting miniatures. I don't know if the texture of fingerprints would be all that appealing on on minis. Nor do I think fingers are quite precise enough for what we do. I don't have the fingernails you have for detail work. I reckon you'd be able to get it done with the with your long nails. Probably be able to like pick out rivets and stuff with them. Get a bit of paint on the tip of your fingernail. Maybe just sharpen a little point on one of them. I reckon you're better equipped for that one than I am. One sec. Came back to a horrifying comment. It's not cool, man. You know that's got me down. Hey, look, I'm all for the long fingernails. I'm a long fingernail defender. I think that's cool as hell. Like I wasn't one of the haters. I think it was Mac and maybe Noah? I don't know if it was Noah. It was the kids in any case. They don't understand. Fingerprints are okay on fleshy bits. Yeah, true. The issue is vast majority of my I don't know how many of my minis have fleshy bits on them. Like I paint Tau battle suits and like Eldar and Imperial Knights. Like they're all hard surfaces. Like if I go down the Nurgle line, I reckon it'd go hard. But I'm not there yet. They're good for testing paint thinness. Exactly, you've got a nice smooth surface. It's like having a bit of glass to paint on. And it's better than trying to do it on something like newspaper or like a tissue or anything like that because it doesn't siphon the moisture out of your brush. Man, it is relaxing as hell to paint a mini like a knight, which I'm normally really, really careful about, in a really sort of slapshod, like, I don't know if that was a slapdash, that's it, or like really shoddy way, like with a, just like doing a rough coat with a sponge. It's satisfying. It's a nice, it's like doing Tyranids, but it's it's a knight instead. Where I just get to be messy and not care because it's A, Chaos Knight, and B, it's a Skaven Chaos Knight. Like there is no way this thing is clean. You start painting Nurgle. Like I can see the appeal, but I'm not a Nurgle guy. I'm sorry. I don't want to steal your thunder. Like, unfortunately, my my painting preferences do, like, for the stuff that I like to do, I do generally like to lean more towards cleaner stuff. Also, Nurgle doesn't have enough giant minis, and I'm not... I'm not as invested as you are, to the point where I'm going to go and custom build like a shitload of Knights and Titans just because. I forgot to mention this, but you're an award-winning painter now. Oh, nice. What happened? How'd that come about? Oh shit, I'm glad that didn't just snap a part of his model. I'm pretty sure that was probably audible to the microphone, but I just hooked onto his coat and nearly snapped it there. So a cool conversion for some Nurgle tanks, cutting chunks out and sculpting fanged maws, then drilling holes and putting ball bearings for eyes. Oh, I see. Yeah, I feel like Nurgle conversions are always some of the most drastic ones that you see, and they're always really cool. I'm gonna need to manually paint something on the top of that that arm there because I missed it with the prime. So I'm just gonna need to put black or something on there just to mask it. Because when I pose it, it's not gonna be that visible. But I'm gonna know it's there. And if I see it at an angle, it's gonna upset me. Entered a squad of Plague Marines. Oh, were these your really the clean Plague Marines that you said people were giving you shit for online? I like how you immediately earned Silver's approval by saying you entered some Plague Marines. Silver's like, my man. It was you blue guys? Right, yeah. I remember you posted them when you were working on them originally. They were quite cool. Blackstar got an honorable mention for the vehicle category, but you can only win one category. Ah, I see. Which means that if you were allowed to win multiple, you might well have. Okay, so now we move over to the chain blade. Yeah, for some of these parts here, like in here on the armor paneling, I'm going to need to, I think I won't be able to sponge it, I'll have to stipple it with a finer brush to get the faded armor panels. Yeah, still haven't figured out which parts I want to make look like, or paint as though they're made of timber instead of metal. That'll be another thing I'll need to figure out. And then I'll probably also need to study, like, the way Silver, sorry, not Silver, the way Twisted had done his Kroot weapons. I want to see how he's done, like, the stocks on those Kroot rifles, so that I can figure out how to paint wood grain. This is an awkward thing to paint here because I'm having to be quite rough with it to get the paint out of the sponge. But the mini rotates a lot when I hit it. Sorry that it's out of focus at the moment, but the only way that I'm getting any paint to go on is by bracing it against the table. Yeah, it should probably be good enough for the time being, at least. Okay, so for our chassis, at least, we've got our base coat done-ish. So from here, it will be getting sort of verdigris blues and stuff applied to the the actual chassis parts, and then I'll start getting, I'll sponge some reds and stuff onto the panels where the armor was, and then from there we'll be able to start doing some more detailed stuff. So let's let the top half dry. Let's clean out our sponge again. So I'm just gonna dip the end of it in water and then just see if we can get as much of this excess out as possible. Okay, that should be pretty good. And the reason I'm doing that is because even though some of the stuff is dried on there, so I shouldn't be putting any more, like the paint that's dried shouldn't go on, it's blocking up the pores of the sponge. So it causes me to lose a bit of the texture that I want. Another thing I could do is I could just cut away the sections of the sponge that are fucked and slowly work my way through the sponge. Probably a better way to go about it, honestly. Well, it is what it is. As far as our sort of verdigris colors go, I think the jade we will use very sparingly, but I really like that jade. This green we can use, but I need a blue that's in this sort of hue, so I'll have a quick look. But also, for making things gross, I have got vomit. I haven't used this before, but I saw it and I was like, I need to get this. I will use it eventually. And then we've got moss and lichen, which, again, I don't know how the effect will actually look. In fact, what I might do is, since they're effect paints, I imagine that, like, I'm just going to put them on my texture palette here, spread them out, and just see how they dry so that I know what they look like. Because I haven't used them before, so I may as well just see what they do. So that'll be going on in the background, right at the top of my texture palette here. I think the vomit one I probably need to spread a bit more thinly. I'll spread half of it thin and leave the other half thick. And then for the moss and lichen, we'll do the same. And we'll just see how it behaves when it dries. Now I need a blue. I don't really have any neutral blue-greens. I'm wondering if perhaps the Croxagore scales, it's going to be way too blue, I think. But I'm wondering if I could use this here and there. This is one of my favorite colors, by the way. Like, holy shit. I used this for the heads of my Wraith Guard, and it's just such a nice blue. Like, holy shit. Like, ugh, look at that. It is delicious. Looking for an excuse to use it wherever I can. Okay, so this green, I don't think is quite what we want. It's not quite a verdigris. Maybe if I get a little bit of our jade and mix that in with it, we might get something more along the lines of what we want. I didn't shake that well enough, obviously. Let's just see how these come together. I think that actually almost does get to the verdigris. It looks a bit different on camera, but I think if we get a little bit more blue in that, I think that that would be the sort of speed we're looking at. Let's get one more drop of that in there. I don't know why the color balance is quite different from what it actually looks like, which is a bit weird. But I think if we use this sparingly, it might be the sort of thing that we want to get a, yeah. Let's give it a shot. So we'll pick up bits of it and we'll just pop that all on here. See how we go. Got your first 3D printer last month. It's an FDM, and now to get a computer so you can use it to start printing some goodies. Nice. Anyways, you gotta go. Have fun, everyone. Right, I'll catch you later, chicken nugget. Have a good one, mate. Okay, so this it's a little too liquid to start off, so I'll just dab out the worst of it. Now it's just very gently, just somewhere that's not too noticeable. Just put a little bit in here. I think I already put a little bit too much. Yeah, it's a bit too liquid. We'll wipe out most of it. Yeah, I think we need to be cautious with how much of this we use. Although when I actually smooth it out like this and it's just tinting it, it's actually quite nice. What up, bro? Juggernaut for the Discord? Yeah, not going too badly. How are you, Juggernaut? Okay, so I do that, and then let's wipe it smooth over the, Maybe the way to go is, rather than sponging this, maybe the way to go is to use a very watered down version of it, just with a brush. Yeah, actually, I think just using it as a wash is the way to go. Okay, yeah, I reckon this color is quite nice. I just need to make sure I don't accidentally use it too overzealously. So what I might do is apply it and then just pull it back with the dry sponge. Oh, actually, yeah, I really like this. I reckon this is very Skaven hued. We don't want to hit all of the parts, but we essentially just want to have it showing through on the metal. Enough that it is very noticeable. It's almost a highlight color that we're using, because I'm using it in the sort of places where I would normally use highlights, but then I'm also putting it in recesses. It might have gone a bit overboard on this top section here. I can always pull it back if need be. In fact, I might pull this section here back a little bit if it still lets me. Yeah, there we are. That's good. Maybe just pull a section out of that. There we are. Yeah, we don't want to have large swathes of mini affected by it, like large interrupted sections, but I think that lots of coverage but broken up, I think, is the way to go with this color. Okay, I reckon we get a little bit of this in the recesses here, because this is going to be painted here, so we don't want to go overboard with the verdigris on it. But I think a little bit just in the recesses will be enough to sort of get the effect that we want. That's a bit too thick. It'll wet the brush and then just thin that out there. Yeah, because the big thing is just want to make sure this is more of a wash than anything. Actually, yeah. Oh, wow, the way it clings to rivets is really nice. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I don't want to overdo it. That's the big thing. Is I don't want to overdo it. This is meant to be a more subtle accenting of the metallic color. Don't want to get overzealous with it. I say that and then I do this. Just get an absolutely huge pool of it in the like in a recess there. Oh, can I pull that back, please? Thank you. Gonna call it a night. It's starting to get a bad headache. When are we gonna stream again? What day is it? Saturday. So, I should be streaming a lot more frequently. I'm not gonna say 100% tomorrow, but good chance that I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Yeah, I'm working on putting out regular schedules again. So we might have an actual schedule set up for this week. We'll see. Haven't gotten that far yet, but that is in the works. Okay. Yeah, today probably won't be a super long stream. It's not going to be anywhere near the scope of the 9-hour stream we had last time, but yeah, we'll still go probably for at least another hour or so, since I got stuff to do this afternoon. But I feel like we're on a roll with this. Cool, hopefully see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll catch you later, Silver. Have a good night, mate. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the verdigris for our chassis. Let's do that for the main Mini. And then we can come back and start doing the painted panels. And I reckon we put this underneath the chains as well. I think the chains are going to be a hot spot. They'd be a hot spot for rust for sure. So I think we get little bits of that underneath the chains the whole way up. And we can pull a little bit out from them in places. And I feel like I've probably overdone the verdigris a little bit here, but this is going to be a painted surface, so when we come back through, we will end up getting rid of a lot of it. When we put the red from the Clan Moors colours on there. So yeah, this is all, like, I feel like the main thing is because of the way we're doing this, it's going to be a lot of layers and that sort of thing. So I'm hoping that even if it doesn't look amazing in the early layers, the subsequent layers are going to sort of build upon it and then get rid of the gross bits and make it look nice. So excited to play the new dwarves. Yeah, they do seem quite cool. Very aggressive playstyle, which is fun. Yeah, I came very close to buying a lot of them, but I managed to stand my ground because the combat patrol sucks. It doesn't have any of the fun models in it. That was the main reason I ended up going all in on the Eldar, is because the Eldar combat patrol is really good. And so it was like, I just could not resist the pull of the Wraithguard and Warp Spiders. Don't see yourself taking the new epic hero. I haven't had a look at his actual stat line, but he's a self-reviving lone op, isn't he? I feel like surely he'd have some kind of applications. Just an absolute pain in the ass. It's a melee character that's moved 5. Ah. Okay. I see. But surely, if he gets into range, he will fuck you up, right? I imagine the goal is you probably start him in strategic reserves so that you can deploy him somewhere up the field early, so he doesn't have to walk all that way. Hello, hello. Hey, Twisted. How you going, mate? It's looking nice. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't really too sure what I wanted to do with it, but then I realized that just getting some verdigris on the rusted metal is probably a good place to start. And also because the verdigris colors are also very skaven, so I think it fits. Also Twisted. I have never really I've never had Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or anything, but I made a Twitter yesterday just because I was interested in potentially using it for the channel and stuff. And I immediately was recommended Juan's painting. I think his name's Juan, the guy who you said is who tutors you, and holy shit, he is good. I can see why your painting is as good as it is when that guy's your teacher. Holy shit. He's an amazing teacher. Yeah, no, and just seeing the way he does OSL and stuff on his minis is crazy. Posted your progress on the Paragon suit on Discord, working on the Red Glow from a couple events. Oh, I'll have a look at that. Yeah, I've been sort of watching as you've been working on it. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, yeah, the vents on the back there look amazing. Holy shit. Yeah, I need to figure out how to... That's one thing that I've always wanted to be good at, but have never really put the time into learning it, / never really figured out how to make vents look really nice. It's all of my nights have vents that I want to look good, but then I can never be bothered because I'm I try to figure it out for a moment, and I just can't figure it out, and then I'm like, no, I can't be fucked. It's too much effort. Can't be fucked too much effort to perfect a definition of you as a painter. It's just how it is. It's I want to do this. Oh no, it's too hard. I'll figure it out another time. And then you proceed to never figure it out. Use some AK deep red that you thinned out, mixed with Citadel contrast medium so it flowed into the vent's recesses. Was that it? Was that just AK deep red thinned with contrast medium? 'Cause it looks like you've got a couple of different reds and oranges in there. You want to just learn how to do liquids in clear containers, throw some paint on mini, went fuck it, looks good enough. Fair enough. That, like, as long as it doesn't look so atrocious that you can't stand it, and it's too much effort to make it look better, like, that's good enough. Next you'll do the same with white, but just hit the lower half of the vent, then cover the white with fluorescent red, then it'll really glow. I'm very interested to see how it turns out. Yeah, I was just saying earlier, Twisted, that I want parts of this this knight to be made of timber. So when I get to that stage, once I figure out which parts I want to do as wood, I'm gonna go and study the the rifle stocks of your Kroot so that I can figure out how you painted the timber grain. Okay. I think for our verdigris, that's probably going to be good enough for the time being. So, next step. Just eyeballing it. I'm thinking that I'm gonna do the yeah, let's do the Clan Moors base coat on the armor panels. Just been obsessing over El Miniaturista's process for OSL one daily reach it. No, yeah, Technic. That is Juan. That is Twisted Nerves' tutor. That's the guy who's teaching Twisted how to paint. That's why all of Twisted's shit looks so good with the OSL, is because he's learning from him. He's learning from the guy. For our reds, I wonder how contrasts will look going over this. Because if the contrasts work for this, then Blood Angel's red might be a really easy way to get this to look good without having to do a lot more sponging. Let's try somewhere subtle, like over here. If I pull this across... No, I don't think this is it. This ain't it, Chief. Unless I really thin it out. No, that is not the way to go. Just get rid of as much as we can. Looking pretty good. Been so worthwhile joining his Patreon. Great teaching the tons of amazing painters all there, learning from him and passing on their skills as well. Yeah, I think that's the main thing. I think that's one of the big things for me, just even, like, since starting painting on the channel, is just having a community where you can see what other people are working on is so good. Okay. Let's see if we can build up some nice layers on this, on this section here. I think what I will actually cut a bit off the sponge here, just so I can get a nice sharp tip going again. Yeah, this way at least I'll be able to point with that again. Don't take teaching very well, hence why you just watch the videos repeatedly. Yeah, I mean, there's something to like be said for just like absorbing information from watching the process as well. I think that's a very valid way of learning, because then you're sort of like, you're watching it and you're forcing yourself to realize what makes things happen and why. And I know that sometimes when people are teaching, it's very easy to miss an important part of the explanation just because it's intuitive to you, but it might not be intuitive to someone else. Which I think is why, like, just independently studying other people's stuff is a great way to learn. Yeah, I reckon I'll need to come back through and redo the trims. Because I'm going to make a mess of them doing the reds here. Okay, I reckon this is good for layer 1 of the red, and then after this we'll do a layer of corn red on top of this. So this is word bearers first, which is more of a red brown, and then I'm going to do corn red, and then I might do the really bright highlights in scarlet blood. We'll see. But yeah, the goal essentially is to try to build up the textured finish while still letting bits peek through from the previous layers. Yeah, I think an issue that I'm noticing is the red seems a little bit transparent for my liking. I'm hoping that additional layers of the other reds will make it look more solid like paint. Because at least right now, it does feel a little bit too transparent to feel like a painted surface. Get your 10th month of painting. Only that long, really. Man. I have stagnated. A few thin layers will build that color up, especially if I'm adding corn red. Covers nicely. Yeah, there will be corn red going on top of this. Although not as thickly. Because the corn red's going to be the next, like, it's going to be sort of the next layer. I guess I will apply it still quite broadly. It's just going to be the slightly brighter tone. Might just need to see if I can really dry this brush out. And then split the bristles a bit so that I can stipple some bits into those sections that I can't quite reach. And then do the same over here. Okay, yeah. Let's give the corn red a shot and see how this comes out. Actually, I think I was going to do the panels around the ankles as well. So let's do that as well before I forget. Any recommendations on colors for Exorcists? Not gonna lie, I don't know what the color scheme of the Exorcists even are. I know who they are, I don't know what colors they are. Corn red looks good on Exorcist, especially highlighted with some brighter reds. Well, I mean, corn red is just like one of the greatest colors that that GW has released. Like, it truly deserves to bear the name of the Blood God. It is just, it's so good. Okay. Let's go on to the next layer. Oh, that was way too thick there. I should have tested that elsewhere before I put it on the model. There we are, that's what we want. I think I probably need to be a bit more sparing with the use of the corn red here so that I can keep the depth of the layers, because I think I may have gotten rid of a lot of the depth there. So we'll try pull back a bit on our use for the rest of them. I think it's fine because this is one that's facing upwards, so it's okay to be more saturated. But the idea here is I'm meant to be giving it volume more than anything. So high density in our high points, and then still using it as we get to the lower sections, but just not as much. I think that's better. And we'll be pulling all of this back as well. When the time comes, I'm going to come back, going to do my free hands on it, and then I'm going to come back over it with some lead belcher and with some sponging of lead belcher and rhinox hide, just to dirty it up and break it apart. Okay, and then our last one is going to be a tiny, tiny bit of the Vallejo Scarlet Blood, just for the very bright points. We want to go very sparing with this. Let's see how this goes. This one I'm not 100% about. I think it might be a bit too much of a step up from the corn red. I'm just gonna work out as much of it as I can onto the texture palette. And then just give it a bit of a shot just in the more central sections. Actually, no, I think this is good for just getting a bit of volume there. I think this is quite nice. Yeah, it's more for tinting it than actually putting noticeable bits of paint there. And honestly, it's good for the highlight as well there on the bottom. Just highlighting that bottom lip. I think I might have gone a little too hard on this side here. Just with a bit of moisture, I've been able to pull it back. I think we want to extend this up a little bit, like that. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Slade here, need to get some sleep, so I'll say goodnight. Looking great. Love the red I'm building up. Yeah, thank you. Well, yeah, have a good sleep, Twisted. I will catch you later, mate. Might be streaming again tomorrow. You missed the where I was talking earlier in the stream, but basically should be streaming a lot more frequently than before now. And yeah, because gone through a bit of a transitionary period, but hopefully we should be doing some more stuff. But yeah, I will catch you later, mate. Okay, I think... I don't know if I've got too much or too little of the bright red on this panel. I think maybe too little. If I build out this center column here, sort of go for a W shape pattern, I think that's what we want. Yeah, that's the sort of thing we want. And I can probably afford to get a little bit more on the top of this center panel. Yeah, I reckon that's pretty good. I like the way this this red is coming along. I think we transfer this to the rest of it, and then it's just going to be a matter of getting the textures right, I think, because I think it's very easy for this to not feel like a Skaven knight. I think the textures are the most important part, so it's going to be a matter of figuring out which parts on the top we want to be made of wood and which parts we want to be made of metal, and then executing on that well, and then making sure the paint job looks fucked. Because on one hand, I feel like maybe actually the hatch should be made of wood. We've got the verdigris on there, but I can always just paint over that, and the verdigris would still make sense to be on the chains. But I think if we have the hatch be timber, I think that's a nice enough distinction of texture, rather than just having the whole top of it be the battered red paint job that we're going to go for. And then it also means that I can do the hatch in wood, and then I can maybe do... What else would we actually make out of wood on this? Like maybe we come around and have like the frame made out of timber. I feel like the frame would make sense to be made out of wood. Again, I've done a lot of that in verdigris, but I can always just paint over that. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, let's start by at least doing the parts that we know are going to be painted. So we start with our base layer red. Okay, now the panel for the shoulder with the rat on it, I think is going to be a pain in the ass. I think a lot of this I'm going to have to stipple with a brush rather than the sponge. Which is going to be time consuming. And we'll end up with a different texture. But it might work, seeing as we'll be dealing with light and shadow anyway. And it's relatively sheltered, so we won't need to worry too much about bits being concealed on him. Yeah, so we'll get the brush that we used before to stipple, make sure it's super dry, and then we'll break apart the bristles. I'm happy to be mean as hell to this brush. Let me just get rid of the most of it. And I'll probably need to use this brush for a few different parts of this top half of the knight. Yeah, I reckon I'll need to use it for the top here as well, because I need to be quite controlled with where I'm putting my paint. And I reckon I might come through and use a lot of dry pigments for some of the really rusted bits as well. I think that'd go quite well for building the texture that we want. 'Cause yeah, I think the main thing that's really going to sell this, like I said, is going to be the texture rather than the colors or the paint. The paints that I use, yeah. is unfortunately the base knight, like the model itself, just because of what it is, it has a lot of very smooth surfaces, even the Chaos one. Like even the Chaos Knight, even though it's got a lot of like damage and stuff to it, it's just like the smooth forms are really not Skaven coded. So I'm gonna have to, try to sort of trick the eye with the texture of the paints, and then yeah, dry pigments I think will also help a lot. I think once we get the warpstone glows and that sort of thing in here as well, I think that'll also help. And just the warpstone like running through the weapons. Yeah, I think as it stands, with the amount of red that I've got here, it is looking more chaos than it is Skaven. So for future, like as I progress with this, the goal is going to be really knocking the reds back and then bringing out a lot of greens and browns. And I think if we get really strong reds specifically on the guy on the shoulder, that'll make him a focal point, and I think also sort of, yeah, like reassert that this is Skaven rather than Chaos Knight. And so I think for the banner on the, like down here, rather than making this red as well, I might make this green, like sort of a mottled green with some Skaven symbols on it. But yeah, I think the main thing is going to be, once we establish the color gradients of the reds on the top, like what we've got down here, we get our symbols on there, and then we knock it all back with lots of damage and that sort of thing. Need some warpstone. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, that is 100% the plan, F15, because we've got the, I went and carved one of the things on the back here that was part of the original model. It was like the engine or something. I carved it into like a roughly cut crystal, so that's going to be warpstone, and then I'm going to have warpstone running through all the pipes, and like the hydraulics on the legs, they're all going to have warpstone running through them, and the melter as well. So hopefully that will all sort of push it more towards a Skaven sort of feel than Chaos like we've got. But yeah, it's just a matter of trying to, like, the main thing is I'm just trying to get a relatively even red for the paint job so that I can freehand our Skaven symbols on it, and then rough it all up with a sponging of lead belcher and brown to make it look damaged. I just want to have a nice solid thing on top of, like, that I can do my paint on top of, so that I can then damage it in layers. You like the gradient on that? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sponging is a lot of fun. Like, you can build up some very nice layers with it. Although I think my corn red might have dried out. I'm not really getting a lot of transfer happening here. It's just a bit of moisture on the sponge. It's looking better, and so let's just get a little bit of that on our corn red itself now as well. Pick up a bit of that. There we are. Just gonna pick that up with a bit of the dry face of the sponge. So I think I may have gone a little overzealous. Yeah, it's looking a bit better. Build up a bit more in the middle. Might be a bit much, but what if I green stuff or milliput some muscles, tendons, and flesh with fur to make some rat ogre abomination? Potentially. That could work. I think I probably wouldn't do that for any of the war dog models. If I were to do a larger, because all of my I want to do all of my Chaos Knights as Skaven themed, so I think that I might do that. Either for, like, once I have enough of them that I've sort of, like once I have like 1k points of them, I might sort of do future ones in much more elaborate schemes. But at least for my first 7 war dogs that I have, I want to have them done in a scheme that is easy enough for me to put out not quick, but quickly enough. Because I do plan on playing the game with these, so I don't want to spend 20 years doing each of them. But for a larger model, I would definitely be open to doing something more elaborate. Honestly, I think one thing that I could do is just buy a Hell Pit Abomination and just harvest half of the kit. Oh, hey Dipper, how you going, mate? I think I might need to stipple a bit of the other red over this section here. Just try to break it apart a bit, because I think I went on with a bit too much of the corn red. So, try out the brush, fuck up the bristles, and then get some of our darker red. That's better. And then it's going to be stippling with the with this brush from here for the center bit, because the sponge is just a bit too large for the area that we're working in. Get a bit of the corn red on the brush there. Get rid of most of it. Okay, and now we can come back through with our scarlet blood. So just get rid of as much of the corn red as possible. I think it's dried to the point where it's not quite transferring as nicely as I would like. Let's just see if we can smooth this out a little bit. It's a bit better, and then we'll be able to sort of remedy that a bit with the actual stippling now. I reckon that's pretty good for that shoulder. Damn, made a lot of progress. Yeah, because since I'm using sponges, it covers very, very quickly. Finally not taking forever to paint. Hey, Noah. It is entirely within my power to take an absolutely obscenely long time to paint. It's because it's because the technique that I'm using is really fucking easy. If you want, I can slow down. We can be here all week. We could be here all year on this one if you want. No, it's not. What's... What? No, what's not what? Sure, buddy. What is this lip we've got on you? Jesus. Sponging is great. It is. Like, it is super easy, but it's really nice. I don't know if I'd use it for everything, but every time I do use it, I wonder why I haven't used it more. Did I play Helldivers 2? I played it a bit. I played it quite a lot when it came out, but it got very stale. Like, the main gameplay loop was just the same forever. It was fun for a while. This lip is from you not having anyone to do this to in like a month. I see. So I'm your outlet. Good to know, I guess. But when you say get stale, you get called dumb. Who called you dumb for saying it was stale? I feel like it's a very, it's a very cold take that Helldivers 2 is stale as hell. I'm cold. Like my painting's cold. I need more warm colors in my main palette. There's going to be a lot more browns and that. You see a good night. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, awesome. Thanks, Noah. Good night. Bye. I guess. Fucking just whisper in my ear, not good enough, and then peace out. Why don't you? Little rat? Fine then. Dropped into hate and respect. This is fucked up. I did not raise this child. Like, where did I go wrong? Yeah, I will say though, I feel like armigers are maybe my favorite mini to paint. I feel like every armiger that I've painted, I've absolutely fucking loved it. Like the World Eaters one with all the hands that I painted on it, the Night Lords one with just like all of the lightning bolts and stuff and the nice gradients, and the freehand of the Night Lord's skull on the side. Just like every time I have, and now this, every time I've painted an armiger, I've just really, really enjoyed it. I think it's just because there's like so much room to do cool stuff on them. And the panels are just like, they're like the perfect size to give you freedom to do stuff, and they've also just like, without being like too huge. Okay. Yeah, we still haven't quite gotten to the Skaven aesthetic yet, but just as far as our red base coat goes, this is very nice. I like the gradients that we've got. I think we're probably going to end up obliterating a lot of these panels. Just like absolutely just ruining them to the point where barely any red is showing through at all. But we'll see how that goes. Some of these I might even just full on convert them into being made out of wood. But at least for getting another color in the mix, I think before we head off, last thing I want to do is just paint the this banner that's hanging between his legs, just at least base layer. I'm thinking we want it to be a mottled green. I like this green as the base coat for it, or at least one of the main colors. Just as our palette for it. Oh shit, that was not what I meant to do. But I think those three colors are probably the ones that I want to use. Well, let's just mix these together. May as well, just see how they come out. It's probably going to be some disgusting grey-brown. But you never know. Might be something nice. No, yeah, it's a disgusting something. I don't know if we're going to use that. Oh, I just headbutted the camera. One sec, I will be right back. I just got to quickly go and check something. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, so as far as this goes, honestly, after walking away and coming back, I think this, like, this, I don't even know what to call this color. It's like baby poo. I think it might be a good one to use on the banner. I think, what if I thin the baby poo right the way down? So it's all streaky and we get the brown showing through. This won't be our final coat, but this is going to be more, or final color either. This is just going to be more like for getting the different tones and that sort of thing coming through. I reckon we want to get rid of most of it in the end, but just to get the different colors coming out. Just need to make sure we get rid of the bubbles and the brush marks. And make sure we don't fill in the holes. Yeah, because I feel like this might get like a nice, almost sort of leathery color to it. Like, disgusting, rotten leather color. Yeah, honestly, for our first layer on like the leather banner, I quite like this color. Was not expecting to like it, but it's good. It works as a wash, at least, over the brown. I think I can probably afford to get a little bit more on the back face here. Like that. And then just need to, again, make sure the two holes aren't blocked. And then, what do we want to do from there? I think from here, we'll want to introduce our green. So we'll put the brown and the yellow away. Oh man, the vomit and the moss lichen things dried out, and the vomit one is definitely very unappetizing. Like, that is solid there. It's dried with the bubbles in it, which is really cool. I like that. And yeah, it's dry all the way through. I just punched my thumbnail through it, and it's not like there's a liquid bubble underneath there. It's just fully dry. And the moss/lichen one, I'm not too sure what it's meant to be like. I'm not sure if it was meant to feather out at all, or it's just kind of yellow. Actually, I don't know if perhaps... Oh, this is not really mixing when I shake it. That's a bit nerve-wracking, because this is a nice green. Oh no, it is it is mixing. Just trying to figure out what colors we can use. So we've got this very warm yellow ink that might be nice. Perhaps for once it's all dried. Yeah, I think that yellow ink will actually be quite nice. Just need to find the right places to use it. But yeah, at the moment, I'm just waiting for this banner to dry out so that I can apply my next coats of stuff anyway. As far as my greens go, my options realistically are going to be... A lot of these I'm going to be saving for the warpstone anyway. Warpstone glow and striking scorpion green I think I'm going to use for the actual chunks of warpstone. You know what, fuck it, why don't I just do that while I wait for the things to dry? Because I got the big chunk of warpstone on his back here. I may as well do something while I wait for the bits to dry, rather than just sitting here twiddling my thumbs. I think that what we'll do is we will start with the base coat of our angel green. Make sure you get a little bit of moisture in there so that it's nice and smooth. Yeah, and I like that we can see it settling into the sections of the gemstone that I sort of carved out a bit. Because then the goal I'm thinking will be to edge highlight those bits. Highlight those ridges with a bright white. And then put striking scorpion green over the lot. Oop. Honestly, I might, just with a dry brush, just pull back any excess. So you don't want to have it pull too thickly and potentially cover up the details. I might have to actually just dry brush that to really catch the edges. But anyway, this has dried now. So for our section here, let's just see how we go with this little bit of green. Really water it down, but yeah, I do like this. I think this is definitely a very Skaven green. Again, I don't know what's going on with the camera's color balance, because I'm looking at it on the camera and it's looking a lot bluer than it actually is. And so I might just hit this with Agrax Earthshade as well once it's dry. Okay, might have gone a bit thick here, so I'm just gonna add a bit of moisture on the brush and just thin it down a little bit. And how does this compare to the front? Yeah, I'll need a bit more on the front here. And perhaps I'll need to get a little bit of, maybe a bit of a mottled brown around the edges of it where it's all torn. Well, actually, I think maybe just a hint of Blood Angel's red, just really thinned down, might do the trick, just because it's quite a brown red. If I really thin this down, just a lot of water. I think if I just trace a hint of this. I think I went too soon. I really should have waited for it to dry more. I was hoping that when it mixed it wouldn't offset the color too much. It wasn't quite what I'm after. I think it'll be good if I do this once it's dried. Yeah, like it's dried on the side over here, so you can just... Actually, has it? Oh, it hasn't. Damn it. It looks dry, but then there's stuff from the other side, which is contaminating the brush. Let's just run this down the edge like that. Get rid of the excess. Maybe try to do the same over here. Now see how we go. I think I'll need another layer of the green to go and just feather this back in.
Maybe just the Agrax Earthshade finish coat there might be enough to sort of phase these together now that I look at it, because if I add more green, it'll go too green. Right now it's a nice Skaven green. But I should be able to now duck back over to the chunk of warpstone on the back and just see if we can make anything happen with this. I'm thinking that we get a very small dry brush. And just try to pick out the highlights on the chunk of warpstone, because there are some ridge lines that we want to pick out. So just gonna get a little bit of Corax white on the texture palette. Don't need a lot. A little bit of moisture on the dry brush. Yep. That should be good. So now if we just gently just use our little baby dry brush here to see if we can pick out the edges that we want. Might just get a little bit of moisture on my brush just to get rid of the other sections. I think I might have a little bit of paint on my hand. No way. Yeah, I have been using my hands as a Dude, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. As long as I keep this camera angle, you can't quite tell just how bad it is. Okay, almost got the ridge lines that we want picked out, so we'll just get a bit more paint on our little dry brush, and then repeat the process. This should be good here. fact, for some of these bits, I know where the line should be, so I'm just going to stipple it with this dry brush rather than try to actually pick out the line. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. So now we know where the lines are. I'm gonna get a very fine brush and just manually paint a solid line for them. Yeah, this one should do nicely. Somehow the white has already dried on the brush. The annoying part of trying to paint details in white. Okay. Getting there. I'm gonna need to get some more Corax white though, because the little bit that I put on the palette dried almost immediately. He's here. Hello, Mac Mac. Okay, I think we're just about there for... Yeah, the fractal edges of the warpstone crystal there. So now, I think if I go over that with Striking Scorpion Contrast, it should pop nicely. I don't know though. So we'll let that dry, and if we go back to the legs... Yeah, let's go over this with Agrax Earthshade. We'll trial it on the back first. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Yeah, I like that. And it makes the transitions between the red and the green not as harsh. You done with this now? No, there's gonna be a lot of work on this. This is barely even started. Like, we only started painting this today. Haven't even put any paint on the rider yet. So far, we've only put effort into the steed. Yeah, the little man is gonna have a good bit of effort put into him when we get around to him in the end. But let's give the let's see how this looks if we put the Striking Scorpion green over the chunk of warpstone we've got in his back now. I'm hoping that this should do a lot of the work for us, and there shouldn't need to be much more effort put into the warpstone after this is on there. You've uploaded a photo of your newest project. I will have a look at it in just a sec. Just want to make sure I don't mess this up. Yeah, I think in order to sell this, I'm definitely going to have some glow coming off it. I think it's fine. I definitely need to make it glow though. If I just throw a bit of the contrast out around it. Although I might actually need to redo some of this glow, I'm realizing, because I decided that I was going to do a lot of the frame as timber. Ah well, I'll finish doing this here so at least know what I'm working with. Because I had the idea for how I was going to do this now. So I may as well execute on it, and you never know, I might get to the end and decide that it looks good with the frame being made out of metal. And we may not end up needing to change it to be a wooden texture for the frame at least. Still want to do some sections of it as made of wood. Yeah, honestly, I'm quite happy with how we've got the glow looking there. I'm happy with that, it looks nice. And I think that these sorts of things, just like the chunks of warpstone that we're going to have scattered across it, are going to be what really makes it look like a Skaven engine. Because we're going to be having to pull, like, we're going to definitely hardcore knock back all of the reds. So that the warpstone glows are going to be the really big aspect that is noticeable. So I'm going to have, like, for example, this, I'm probably going to make another chunk of warpstone. Just going to have those bright points here and there that sort of cast glows over sections of the model. Okay, yeah, let's see that thing that you've posted in Discord. Righto. And so is that that project you're working on there, is it going to be an ammo belt of some kind? Because it vaguely reminds me of the belt chain on the Cerastus Acheron's flamer. It vaguely reminds me of that, with the way it's got like all the articulated sections that feed together. No, it's the rear part for the Sun Fury Plasma Annihilator. Right, okay. But is that bit that's floating in front there, I assume that's some kind of articulated belt that you're working on? Warlord's Plasma Gun? Right, okay. That's where the cables go. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, I'm going to need to head off soon-ish, but I like after doing the chunk of warpstone on his back there, I've realized like I've noticed that this is the way forward. This is how I make it look more Skaven, and I need to at least do a couple more bits of warpstone stuff just so that I can be happy with it. So that I can then, like, next time I sit down, so I can see the path forward. Yeah, once I get this down, I'm gonna do the Striking Scorpions Green over these 2 tubes, but I'm not gonna do the OSL just yet, because I think that I might do some other things with the legs as well, just to make them fit, and so if I do the OSL, then I'll have to go over them. Although again, maybe I do the OSL just so that I can see where the light is going to fall. So have I checked out Dawn of War Remastered? Yeah, I've played a bit of it. Yeah, it's good. It is, it's Dawn of War. They fixed the pathing issues, which is that was my main issue with the original game, was when you had lots of units, they would path really terribly. So it's quite nice. I mentioned this earlier as well. I don't want to get excited. I don't want to get hyped for Dawn of War 4. I'm not hyped for it, and I don't want to have high hopes for it. But I watched an interview with the 2 lead designers, or at least 2 of the lead designers, because they hadn't worked on any previous Dawn of Wars. They're not from Relic. They are from the company that they're former indie devs who had worked on Iron Harvest. And they seemed like they really understood what people wanted Dawn of War to be. And they were talking about how they're very much leaning towards Dawn of War 1 gameplay. So it could end up being good. That's all I'm gonna bank on, is it might end up being okay. What else can I paint while I wait for the legs to dry? I think that's probably fine. And is this dry yet? Not dry enough from the looks of it. Perhaps in these hydraulics here we can have that be a little warpstone injector in there. Yeah, I like that. You just want to see the little tubes where it flows throughout. It's almost like a Necron, essentially, where we've got the veins of the life-giving green juice flowing through the through the robot. Do I like your Stone Guard Intercessor conversion? Haven't painted yet. One sec, I'll have a quick look. I'm waiting for my paint to dry in any case. What have we got? Yeah, it looks clean. I'm not sure which parts are original and which aren't, because I don't do a lot of Space Marines. But I mean, the fact that I can't tell which parts you added and which parts were from the original model means that you've done a pretty good job. Yeah, it fits together very nice. It's basic. Well, I mean, nothing wrong with it being basic. Just because it's like, just because you're converting it doesn't mean you need to pull out all the stops and make it something completely different from the original. Sometimes you just need to swap out a couple of bits or put in something from a model that you like, and that's all it needs to look really nice. Just trying to get a little bit of a blend going on here so that it's not all one hue. I think if I do those there, and then over here we come through and just do a crossways sweep across it like that. Should end up with a bright point in the middle. Okay, and then just a little bit more of the darker green for the ends of it. Still live, folks? As fuck. Oh yeah, hey Sanji. How are you on this fine morning? Just got back from work. Yeah, I saw. Not a nice shift setup you've got. Okay, but yeah, I think we'll let these dry and then we'll get our bright contrast over them. I really like how it looks on this leg here. That looks so good. Well, it's got another Hive Tyrant to post in the Discord. Only took you about 6 or 7 hours so far. Nice. Okay, now while those big ones dry, I should be able to do the contrast over the smaller injectors that we've got up the top here. And we'll be able to do the OSL from that as well in a second. In fact, the other bits are still drying, so we can get onto the OSL now. Doesn't need to be a lot because it's only a small amount of the stuff. Just want to do enough to communicate that there's something there. Again, a lot of this I'm probably going to need to redo because I'm going to apply some more stuff to the legs of the chassis here. Has my schedule freed up a bit more? It has. Hopefully I should be able to do a lot more content now. Yeah, so yeah, hopefully I'll be streaming a fair bit more. Might be streaming again tomorrow. And I'll see if I can put out actual weekly schedules again, like I was doing. I don't know if I was still doing it earlier this year, but like I had been doing in the past. Yeah, I think these legs haven't fully dried yet. I think this one's the closest to being fully dried. Let's go, very nice. Means you have more reasons to paint as you listen again. Yeah, nice. Yeah, it is good to be painting again, because in the time that I was away, I'd assembled a bunch of minis, but I hadn't really painted much at all because I sort of like, I have it like in my head where if I'm painting, it's like I paint while I stream. So it's nice to be back because it means that I can get stuff done again. Hello, Reese. Oh, hello, Bob. Yeah, sorry. Everyone's coming in now. It's been like... It's a bit awkward because I wasn't going to be going for much longer because I've got stuff this afternoon. Like, I was telling myself that the warpstone and the legs here was going to be the last stuff that I did for the day. But I should be streaming again tomorrow as well. But yeah, still got a bit to go on the legs in any case. In fact, I might just lay the groundworks for the hydraulics in the toes to be little warpstone injectors as well. I won't get all of the OSL for them done today, but I'll at least have them set up so that when I come back I remember that that's what I was doing. You'll post some work in progress pictures of your Hive turret? Oh yeah, I'd be keen to see. Gave him a custom loadout. As you're not not the biggest fan of the flesh tube reload. Fair enough. Oh, yeah, okay, I really like this green. It's so strong, really good for warpstone, although I did just ruin the paint there because it was still drying there when I went back over it, so that's annoying. I don't know if I can just dab a little bit of regular paint on there and hope to sort of... Ah, fuck! Damn it! Surely I can just pick up a little blob of regular paint and dab it in there. Better, not perfect. Oh well, we'll just say it's part of the effect. It's making it look like it's flowing. Let's just say that. At a crack? Yeah, true. I I will do that if if it bothers me when I like come back to it next time and I notice it, then I'm going to add a crack on it. I'll remember to do that. I can't really do anything right now though because it's still wet. What went wrong? Oh, I just accidentally wiped away a bit of wet paint off the front of it there. I don't think it's too bad, honestly. I think it just adds a little bit of texture to it, makes it look like a bubble. Like a broken glass crack. Yeah. Like, if I see it next time I'm painting, and I don't like it, then I will make it look like the tube is cracked. Hate doing that shit, did it so much when doing the gradients on your repulsor. Tried dry brushing gradients on big panels the first time. Quite happy with how it's looking so far. Right, yeah, no, I had massive issues with accidentally removing bits of wet paint when I was doing my first night. On the shoulder pads of that poor Questoris, holy shit. And I was doing it with contrast paints as well, so it was impossible to remedy. Especially with the light blue. That's exactly the one, yep. That shoulder panel caused me so much grief. Because that shoulder panel is also the one where I had the nightmare experience with transfers. Look forward to your next Nidus to be a regular guy so he won't get the fancy gold vine treatment. Rex and Cerasus will get it. If you get bigger, they'll get it too. Yeah, I mentioned this an hour or two ago, but I've come to the realization that I have had the most fun painting. Like, every time I paint knights, armigers are the ones where I have the most fun. I don't know why it is, but armigers are just awesome. Like, they're just the best knight chassis. They're small, so you're not slogging away at it forever, and they've got all these panels for you to do fun stuff with. They've got cool shapes and stuff. Like, every armature I've worked on, I've fucking loved it. That red gradient fucks hard. How'd you do it? I sponged. So, essentially, I'll show you the colors. But essentially, yeah, so because this is, like, sponging is, it is an illegal technique. It's so good. Like, sponging just does everything so quickly, and you can get really nice gradients out of it. So I'll just quickly apply the, green to these injectors. But yeah, essentially, for the whole coverage of the night, it's probably easier to articulate with this one because you can see all the different layers here. But I started by overbrushing everything with brown. And then I just sponge applied lead belcher. And then I sponged, so 3 layers of red. So I started with Wordbearer's red as my base layer. Then I sponged slightly less coverage with corn red. And then my bright points, I sponged much less of Vallejo Scarlet Blood. And yeah, I really like it. It's so easy. It's so fast, and yeah, it's really, really good. And then what I'm going to do is after I'm then going to use this as a base layer to freehand some Skaven iconography, and then I'm going to go and fuck it all up, because like I'm going to go and beat it back hard with sponging of lead belcher and brown just to knock back as much of the red as possible, because the Skaven colors, realistically, it's going to be the greens and the browns that are going to be carrying it. And the red right now is sort of too domineering. I just wanted to get a lot of red so that I could have the base layer and then push it back. Because the red is just because it's Clan Moors. May steal that recipe when you do your world leaders. Yeah, do it. Like this Vallejo Scarlet Blood is a mainstay. I love this color. Like I've used it in pretty much every time I paint with red. I find an excuse to use it. When am I making Skaven Catan? True. That would be a monster. What do you think of the new Nightbringer? Do you think they'll do the Deceiver same time? New Nightbringer is beautiful. I love him. So cool. But I reckon that... I don't think the Deceiver's going to come out for a while. I hope that the Nightbringer... Well, I think that like he's objectively going to be weaker on the tabletop because his model is massive now. But he was so strong because he had a Catan stat line with a tiny base. So he's in line with Void Dragon, more or less, I imagine. But yeah, I really like the new model. Looks so cool. And he's got the dogs out. Always a plus. What's your favorite Skaven clan? My 2 top ones are Clan Scryer and Clan Mulder. Yeah, they are the G's. Like... Can't go wrong with Clan Moors. It's they're just honest Skaven. They're just a whole bunch of storm vermin here to fuck you up. But Clan Scryer and Clan Mulder are where it's at. just because Clan Scryer has got Icket Claw, and they blow up the moon, and Clan Mulder has got Throt the Unclean, and he is disgusting. Playing as your friend, you agree the little one is a fuck-ass bitch. Yeah, the fact that the Nightbringer and the Deceiver have actual Catan stat lines with a, like, 25 or 32 mil base or whatever the fuck it is actually fucked up. Other Catan would be cool too, plenty of named ones to choose from. Yeah, like the burning one and stuff, yeah. Lots of cool stuff that they could do. It's just whether or not they actually will. And unfortunately, this is Games Workshop we're talking about. They hate Xenos. Mulder has the most fun Total War campaign. Absolutely. Mate, I had the most fucked up unit of Storm Vermin imaginable. They had every form of instability and an absolute shitload of augments. It got to the point where I refused to use them in any battles that I would play out. I would only auto-resolve, because I'm pretty sure when you have enough of the unstable augmentations on them, there's one where it's just at a completely random interval, they will just explode and deal just several thousand damage to everyone close to them. It was like, I can't do this to my boys. Like, they were with me from near the start. Tim Shelley's been practicing 20 painting techniques off stream. Is it now cracked? I have not painted at all since last time I streamed. This is fucked up. Play any matches off stream? I have played a bit of tabletop off stream, because we've got a crusade where I'm playing as Eldar, and my Avatar of Cain. Wait, was that in a crusade game? No. Yeah, I played a 1500 point regular game of my Eldar against a friend playing Iron Hands, and I just got absolutely demolished because I foolishly ran the worst Eldar detachment there is because I was curious about some of their stratagems, and so I basically just didn't have a detachment, and then halfway through I forgot that my fire prism was there because it was hiding in the very far corner, and so I just didn't see it, and so I spent a turn not shooting with it. And then my Avatar of Cain got fucking nuked. But I've realized that Lycus is just the single best unit in like in the Eldar army in general. She's just fucking obscene, just kills everything. Every time I've played with Lycus, she has been my most valuable unit. Just her with 5 warp spiders, and the Exarch has the power blade array. Do we go a dull green glow from within the hatch? Or do we go brighter? I think we go a little bit brighter. Played Nids for the first time and forgot to use half your rules. You lost. Didn't use +1 rules on monsters when running Crusher Stampede. I'm pretty sure also dog detachment. Yeah, no. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Eldar Detachment Guardian Battle Host. It's got some really cool stratagems on there. And some neat enhancements. But it's actually just horrible. I got baited so hard. I could have run Aspect Shrine, but I got baited. Orokin should cost more for 4-up invulns on 20 models. Yeah. I was having this discussion with one of my mates in my gaming group the other day, where I was like looking at the Tau railgun, going, man, this thing fucks so hard. And then we both just spent a while musing on how literally every fucking unit in the game has a 4-up invuln save, so it literally doesn't matter anymore. Like, who would win? The Tau railgun, which is like, it can shoot pretty much anywhere on the board, AP -5, and I think it was like, it's like a D6 plus 4 damage, or the humble Space Marine Captain. And it's just like, literally fucking every unit in the game has a 4-up invuln save. Like, you can shoot the god-killing weapon, and if it doesn't have devastating wounds, it's a 50-50 on whether or not it's actually going to hit him. Also, this going towards Skaven God for my Knight Army. So the long-term plan is that all of my Chaos Knights are going to be Skaven. Like, I will probably run this as a substitute for a Warglaive in my Imperial Knights in the interim, but I want my whole Skaven Knight line, also my whole Chaos Knight lineup to be Skaven. Should be some rule that for every 1 strength over double the toughness of that defending unit, the model's invuln gets worse by 1. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Tau Railgun, 20 strength. Like, it is designed just to kill you. Unless you are the humble Space Marine Captain wearing no helmet, in which case the strength 20 AP -5 Tau Railgun shell will bounce off your shoulder plate. Fun fact, the Votan gave the Tau their railgun tech. I mean, the Votan also gave the Tau their plasma tech, didn't they? The ion weapons, I see. You can give a Space Marine Cultist, we need a 5-up invuln with a Demagogue leader, it's everywhere. Yeah, it's just like, why? Like, why? Why do I play these massive, like, these armies with really few units, massive hitting attacks, but like lower attack count, when all of these huge fucking attacks are just gonna bounce off the 4-up invuln save. Yeah, it is quite upsetting. Tower frauds? True. I do think that... Oh, actually, this looks so fucking good with the chunk of warpstone in the back there. Yeah, I reckon as we get like more warpstone in and we get the rusted textures going, I think this is going to be really nice. Oh shit, actually I missed a tube on one of the legs. New edition on the horizon. Apparently they're going to make unit building more complex again as they oversimplify it and don't prefer what they've done. Does that mean that it's going to go to the bit where it's like you have to spend points to give your units different bits of equipment? Am I adding bits from Mage of Sigmar models to the mini besides the rat on the shoulder? I did pillage a couple of shields from Clan Rats for his knee pads. And I'm probably going to do similar things for the other ones in the army as I go as well. And I also I carved away a lot of the sections. Like I carved away the Imperial looking iconography here, made it just a bit more unique, and then yeah, the back, which was like an engine with a skull icon on it, I carved away and carved it into like a chunk of warpstone. Really like this. I added a couple of units, and some units have been split into different data sheets in order to give them the different points for different weapons. Oh, for example, actually, very good example with this is the Crisis battlesuits. There's 3 different variants of the Crisis battlesuits. There's the Crisis Fire Knives, the Fire fucking Star Scythes, and the fusion ones, I forgot what they're called. But the main differences between them is just the loadouts, although they do actually have different different unique rules between them. I think for most units it's not needed for big vehicles or special things, it'd be good. Yeah. Or actually, Wraithguard and Wraithblades are split into 2 separate things, and I don't think they've got any unique rules between them. I think the main difference is just one is ranged and one is melee and has the option of getting a 4-up invuln. I think their stat sheets are the same otherwise, though. I think they could stand to consolidate a studies down below 99. Units having the tower having 3 battlesuits isn't egregious. Yeah, that is one thing. When I've like, I've made the mistake of on Wahapedia going to the Space Marines list and hovering the drop-down menu that lists all the different Space Marine units, and it is deeply upsetting as a Xenos player, a Xenos and Imperial Knights player. Does Space Skaven exist? Unfortunately not. Which is why I'm here. I'm doing God's work. Machine Jack. Yeah, welcome back, Gavin. I probably won't be around for much longer. I've been saying this for a little while now, but I keep finding excuses to keep painting. And so then we just get a little bit of that white on the center point here. That should be good. And we'll let that dry, and then we'll come back with our contrast. They've done a good job of making 90% of Old Marines models dog in-game, besides the Vindicator. Look, that may be so, but in my eyes, all of the Space Marines are still really fucking annoying when I'm running my Eldar and I've got my 2 squads of Dire Avengers and my Warp Spiders and my Guardians, and literally none of their guns fucking wound on 4-ups. Every gun is wounding on a 5-up. Like, please, I just want to shoot something useful. And not only is every gun wounding on a 5-up, they've got AP 0 or AP -1 against the Space Marines fucking, like, standard 2-up or 3-up or whatever. Like, I cannot touch them. I cannot touch them. And then one round of shooting from that same enemy squad will one-shot one of my squads. Also, I don't know if I've vented about this on stream, but it deeply upsets me that the Space Marine Heavy Intercessor Squad has both Assault and Heavy on its guns, which are better than like half of the, like, which their standard profiles are better than like half of the Tau Infantry guns. Oh, sorry, not Tau Infantry. Well, probably Tau Infantry as well, but Eldar Infantry. Think it'd be a good idea to kit bash some Skitarii into Space Skaven models. Honestly, I feel like AdMech would be a really, really good proxy for Space Skaven. Like, they're... Yeah, I think that there would be a very good analog for the Space Skaven. Invulns need a way to be broken beside devastating wounds. Yep. Yep. It was quite... it was quite depressing. I'm just going to do the OSL for this before I do the contrast on the tube, because it is still drying. It's simple, the Eldar are just awful, it's okay to admit this. They're not, though. Look, I will stand by my Wraith Guard. Wraith Guard are genuinely fucked up. Actually just disgusting models. 2-up save, fucking, if you're running the Wraith Guard focused detachment, they have like, I forgot. No, if you're running the Wraith detachment, they've got a stratagem which reduces damage profiles targeting them by 1. They, like, you have a Spirit Seer with them and they heal. They're just so fucking good. Like, they have Necron respawning with when they have a Spirit Seer buddied up with them. Yeah, like, Eldar are good, but it's just very specific builds of Eldar are good. I feel like a lot of Eldar stuff is just sad as hell. I think, like, realistically, the way to play Eldar is Guardian, not Guardian Battle Host, never Guardian Battle Host, is Aspect Shrine. And you just run Lycus with a squad of, with a 5 blob of Warp Spiders with a Power Blade array, and you have the fucking Avatar of Cain, and I don't know what other men you'd actually support them with. Oh, Fire Dragons. Yeah, it's Fire Dragons. So when you're getting a Wraith Knight, I think that'd be a good knight to paint in a Slanesh theme. One sec. I don't really know where this came from, if I'm being perfectly honest. I just kind of, I woke up one day and there was this thing here. It was just kind of here. I don't know where it came from. It's, I mean, I won't say no. But that is for my Eldar army, so it's not going to be done in a Slanesh theme. Because my Eldar army is very focused on just using an absolute fuckload of wraiths. Big fan of Seer Council yourself. Oh, true. Actually, I do really want to get get more Psychers so I can run Seer Council. My only issue is the models for the Warlocks fucking suck. They're just so bad. They're just so bad. Always print one off and Slanesh it. True, I can always just print off a Wraith Knight and Slanesh it. But why would I do that when I could then have 2 Wraith Knights for my Craftworld Eandon? Like, especially after finishing the fucking the Eandon book, like, I have to do them justice. I have to give the I have to do the Wraith Knights justice. Change the sword for a horsecock. What is going on? Okay. That's it. I'm calling it. I'm done for the day. I have stuff that I need to do this afternoon. I think that we've made very good progress. I say this every time. This is actually the most progress I think I've made in a single stream before. Not even a long stream. I've only been going... Actually, never mind. It's almost 6 hours. It's not. It's on the longer side of my streams. But yeah, like, I reckon this is a solid effort. Let's get this back in focus so we can look at what we've done. Because when we started the day, literally had no paint on it. It was just black primed. That was it. Yeah, I think the warpstone is definitely the selling point. That is what makes it good. Because I really wasn't sure about it until I started doing the warpstone. And yeah, I really like the way the gemstone on the back has come out. And I'm also keen to paint the little man on the shoulder. Because I don't know how many of you were here when I was showing at the start, but the way his model is means that because he was originally, he's the one that, he's like the commander from the skaven box that's normally riding a big rat dog. But his foot was like perfectly positioned to like wrap around one of these spikes to hold on. It was just made to be. So yeah, very excited to keep working on this. Hello, how you doing? Oh, been a long time, Sir Paulington. You've come in right at the end. I'm sorry, this is finishing up now. Yeah, mascot, yes, no, Bob. This is not a mascot. This is the boarding party. He's getting in close so that he can board the enemy mechs. But yeah, I haven't looked at your Hive Tyrant yet, Sunju. Thank you for reminding me. I'll have a look. Oh my god! What the fuck? That's in progress? Hang on, I need a... This is main monitor shit. 1 second. Oh man! The way you do chitin is so fucking cool. Oh wow, and the ridges in his back as well. The like the exposed fleshy bits in the ridges on the back are so nice. Man. Maybe, Dan, you've never seen a Skaven on a night. Yeah, Paul, essentially, my Chaos Knights are all going to be Skaven Knights. Because I got the, I don't play Age of Sigmar, but I've got the Skaventide box. And I love me some rats. So yeah, stuff that we'll end up working on next time will be, we'll be doing the Skaven iconography on the panels. We'll be knocking back a lot of the red, so we'll be doing a lot of sponging of browns and metallics over the panels once we've got the iconography on there to really like make it more subtle. And then I'll probably be converting parts of it to be a timber. So I'm going to make the hatch out of wood, and then I'm going to make the frame of the knight out of wood. So where are we? Like the frame, like all this here, I'm going to convert that to be made out of wood, I think, I hope. And then it's going to be painting the face, painting the knees, painting the weapons, painting the man, and painting the head. So this is going to be the time-consuming stuff. The fun bits are done. Now it's going to be the painful parts. But yeah, anyway. I am going to call it there for the day. And I've said it a few times, but I am able to stream a lot more now. Hopefully we'll be streaming again tomorrow. We'll keep you guys posted. And I will try to see if I can put out regular schedules again so that we can get back into the swing of things. But yeah, thanks for hopping by, everyone. And yeah, I will catch you guys all later. Bye bye.